What's up, friends? Welcome to What's Up Wednesday. I'm Kat. For anyone who is new to Kat's Novel Adventures, welcome. If you are new, please introduce yourself. Let us know what you're up to, what you like to read, what you like to do. I promise we are a friendly community. We just like to get to know everybody that attends and hangs out on our sprints on a Wednesday. Anyone who is watching after the fact, welcome as well. So I hope everyone is doing fine. For anyone who is along the coast, Mississippi coast, or I guess, the Gulf Coast, I guess I should say. We've had a little fun with Tropical Storm Bertha. Thankfully, Tropical Storm Bertha has not really done anything here in Louisiana. We've gotten a little bit of wind, no rain yet. We might get some in a couple of hours, but it did make landfall somewhere in Biloxi. And I think it's supposed to kind of like fizzle out at that point. So I'm happy that it's not going to be over here on the North Shore. The South Shore probably got a little bit more than what we did, but I'm just glad that it fizzled out before it did much of anything. So anyway, that's good news for us. That means we have some electricity and we have internet service. Now, that's not to say that I haven't lost electricity or internet on a sunny day, but I mean, the odds are a little bit slimmer, right? But anyway, so I hope everybody is doing well today. Let me know what you're up to, what's going on with y'all, what y'all plan on doing with your time on sprints today. Maybe you're going to relax and watch some television, or you're going to crochet or knit or cross stitch, or maybe you're going to read a book. I'm going to do a little bit of reading. I have some things that I need to do, some housework kind of things to do. I am starting a new kind of schedule for my days during the week, trying it out, seeing what works, what doesn't. I'm trying to implement an evening routine, which will affect my mornings. So I'm trying to get all of that. This week, I didn't have anywhere to go. So I figured this was a good week to like kind of test everything out. I am having like hay fever kind of symptoms. I don't know if it's because of things swirling around in the air. I have been walking outside, but I started Claritin this morning. Had to take some Tylenol sinus yesterday because it's like all sinusy kind of stuff. But anyway, I feel tired, which I've only adjusted my sleep pattern by 15 minutes. But I will say, I did stay up late on Monday night to catch up on my Allie Reynolds book. And even though technically I had enough hours that I should have been rested on Tuesday with sleep, I don't think it was enough. But anyway, so it could be a lot of things. But anyway, I just feel like my throat's a little itchy and feeling that wonkiness that happens, whenever you're having like hay fever stuff. But otherwise, I feel okay. I mean, it's like, why does this have to happen on the week that I'm trying to test things? It's not fair. So let me tell y'all what I am up to reading wise. I'm in the middle of a couple of things, but I did finish Cruel Intent by J.A. Jance today. This is book 4 in the Allie Reynolds series. I'm reading this with the Beaumont Brady Bunch, and it was a wild ride. That's what I will say. Very suspenseful, very good balance of Allie's personal life and the mystery that we get. There's a serial killer in it. Kind of had some elements of Giallo, for anybody who's participating in Giallo July. I mean, our murderer wears gloves while he's driving and doing certain things, and just some of his techniques. But yeah, anyway, it was a good time. I ended up giving this one 4 stars, and I wrote my book review on Goodreads and everything today. I was like, I'm done. I want to get it done. That doesn't mean that I'm caught up by any stretch of the imagination. I have lots of book reviews to write. I'm also still reading The Wolves of the Calla. This is what I'm buddy reading with Alex over at Frank Fiction. I am doing pretty well. I made a schedule. I think it was Sunday I made my schedule. I made a reading schedule of everything that I need to read by the end of this month because I want to make sure I get to everything, and I'm doing pretty well. So I'm ahead of schedule with my Stephen King. Now, I am listening to this and reading it with my eyeballs. So if there's anything that I can do that I can listen to it, I might dip into this one, but I am ahead for this week. So if I did not get any reading done in it, I'd still be okay. I did listen a little bit this morning, but it's good. It's kind of in a point where it's like, I think we need to kind of compress it a little bit. So I'm in the third part of the book, and I'm anxious to get to the wolves part of it because I want the the action of the fighting with the wolves, because that's what it's going to get down to. We're going to have some fighting, and I want to see how the fighting's going to be. But anyway, I started a poetry book. It's poetry for cats. This is so cute. It's the definitive anthology of distinguished feline verse. So all of the poems in here, I mean, the author is Henry Beard, but all of the poems in here are written by the cats of famous people in literature. So I am going to share a poem or two with you tonight on sprints. So anyway, that way I'll get my reading. I read one or two poems a day. This is going to count for one of my prompts on the summer book bingo board. So that's why I chose to do that. And then I'm also starting today The Famous Five. That's the name of the series. This is the first book called Five on a Treasure Island. This is by Enid Blyton. And I am reading this for the Cozy Cottage Book Club. There's also a TV show or a movie. So we are meeting on Sunday, and I mapped this out. I'm actually starting it a day early. I had it to start for tomorrow, but I want to start it since I am ahead in my other books. This was first published in Great Britain in 1942. So I don't know if anyone has ever heard of this series, but it looks very, very cute. So apparently there's numerous books in this series, quite a few. So if I like it, maybe I'll continue 21 books in this series, plus there's also short stories. So if anybody has seen this TV show or have read this series or this book, let me know what you think about it. But that's everything I am up to reading-wise, I will just say, and what I've been up to. So hello, Carmen. Hi, everyone. Hope you all are having a great day. Carmen also finished Cruel Intent, and she gave it 4.25 stars. So she liked it as much as I did. What are you going to be reading next, Carmen? Amber's here. Hi. Hope everyone is doing well. First plan for sprints is to continue my audiobook for We Came to Welcome You and also get some laundry done. Excellent. Kirsten. Hi, everyone. I'm about to go grab some Mamon's falafel and then go sit by the water and read Summer's Never Over by Darcy Bozeman. I'm jealous that you can go sit outside without melting. It is very hot. We were having a heat advisory in addition to having our tropical storm Bertha. Craziness. And sounds amazing, Kirsten. I agree. Allie's here. Hello, Kat and chat. Currently reading the Dictionary of Lost Words by Pitt Williams on page 207 of 376. It's a good read so far. I have that on my bookshelf. Cameron. Hello, friends. I've been looking forward to sprints today. Yay. So good to see you, my friend. Jasmine's here. Hey, everyone. Looking forward to sprints. I'm reading Holes to help my friend's little cousin with her summer reading. Yay. Love Holes. And I'm editing a Stephen King collection video today. It's like an hour and a half long, so I need to try to cut it down. That's fun. That's exciting. And hello, Alicia. Happy Wednesday. Just joining. I'm sure what I'm going to do. Oh, not sure what you're going to do, but right now watching kiddos while they're in the pool, I'm kind of tired. Yeah, I am too. I really do think staying up late and then I don't know. But the night before I slept too long, I think. So trying to figure it all out, it's such a crazy thing. Also, too, I don't sleep very well. I sleep pretty good when I first fall asleep, and then it's like if I wake up and have to go potty and then get back in bed, that seems like the part where I just don't sleep real well. I don't get into a good deep sleep after that. Also working on a Harry Potter wooble crochet. Ooh, please post in the crafts section so we can see what it looks like when you're done. It sounds fun. I'm reading The Bone Rattler by Elliot Pattinson. Ooh, that sounds like a fun book. Hello, Amanda. What are you up to? Woobles are fun. I know. I'm like, are woobles easy enough that anybody can do it? And I'm so sorry not feeling well. Well, thank you. I hate it. I hate the hay feverish kind of thing that goes on. And apparently I'm not the only one that's dealing with it, but when you have a lot of wind and stuff, it knocks things around. We've had rain, but it's not, I don't know. We either have too much rain or we don't have enough rain. It's like there's no like happy medium. And hello, Kathy. Hi, everyone. Glad to be here. Reading this book made me think of you. Oh, glad to be here. Reading this book made me think of you. Is that the name? Sorry, not feeling well. Thank you, Allie. I appreciate it. I'm just like, I feel like I need to squint, like with my eyes, like I could just sit here, like with my eyes closed and talk to y'all. Like my eyes are heavy. And hello, Denise, going to start Country People on Libby. That sounds fun. And I get so behind in my reviews sometimes. I typically plan a day to go to a coffee shop and just force myself to work on it, which I need to do soon. I mean, the reviews are technically for me, but it's like I just kind of feel like, since I've been doing BookTube or YouTube, I just kind of feel like, I kind of owe the author a little bit to help them out, especially since I do have friends that are authors and I know how much that drives traffic, for people to find their books. So I feel an obligation to it, even though it started off just me doing it. And I didn't always write reviews, or I'd write something like, oh, whimsical. It was good. I loved it. Now it's like I feel like I have to have this whole like intelligent thought behind everything. But yeah, I figure what I've been doing is I'm kind of like doing the ones that I'm recently reading, and then I have to go back. Thankfully, I either made notes about the books that I have read, or I enjoyed the book enough that I remembered how I felt about it. If I could not really, duplicate my feelings about it, then I probably would just, I mean, there are days when I'm like, I'm just going to put star ratings and just start from scratch. I threaten whatever. I don't know who I'm threatening, but I'm putting it out in the universe like a threat. Like, guess what? I'm just going to star everything and it is what it is. I don't know. I'm reading a King book too, Bag of Bones. I saw that, Amanda. I liked Bag of Bones. I did shake my fist in one part, and I had to go back and read it twice because I'm like, how could you do this? How could you do this, King? How could you do this to me, Stephen King? But yeah, it's been a long while. And I did see the movie. I believe Pierce Brosnan plays the author in the story, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember liking it. Of course, I like the book better, but there had been like a pretty decent gap between me reading the book and watching the movie. So that's kind of good. Like I can't, if I can like not have every single detail, can enjoy the movie a little bit better. But I hope you're enjoying it. It's one, I think it's kind of one that doesn't get talked about a lot. That was weird. There was an ad and it was a dual screen with Cat. Woo! I see that sometimes on Shannon's. When I'm on my iPad, the section where comments are supposed to be, like the chat is supposed to be, an ad will pop up at the same time her like stream is going. And it just goes away. Like it comes and then it goes away. So, yeah. And hello, Chris. It's been a lovely day. I'm just relaxing. That sounds amazing. And hi, sweet Kaylin. I feel a little blah today, so it's just nice to see y'all. Well, are you feeling blah because you're feeling blah like down in the dumps? Or blah because you are experiencing like hay fever and sinus issues like me? And the poetry book looks so cute. It is adorable. It really is. And it has such cute little illustrations. It really does. There's even a poem by Edgar Allan Poe's cat. So that's one it's like a little ways, but I should share that one with y'all. But like one of them is from Helen of Troy's cat, and it's the tragical history of Dr. Faustus's cat by Christopher Marlowe's cat. But like, look how cute the little illustrations are. You know how instead of a Trojan horse, it's a Trojan cat. But the illustrations really are cute. Very, very cute. So yeah, I'm going to share with y'all. I'll share the Poe one, and I think there might be one from Shakespeare's cat too. Oh, I already read that one. Hamlet's cat soliloquy. Yes, it was cute. And hoping you feel more like yourself soon. I hope so. Yesterday, I will let y'all know that I'm planning to. I taught last week. I was saying no, I'm not going to do it. The week before, I was going to do it. This week, I'm going to do it. But yesterday, I went on the Columbia Theater's website to check out what Christmas carols you had to prepare for the audition. You're going to do a cold read, and then they want to hear you sing a song, and they're going to have a piano accompany a person to accompany you on the piano while you sing your song. And so I looked at the songs, and I was like grateful that there was a couple of songs, because there's a couple of songs that we sang during the workshop that I wasn't 100%, like I recognize them, but I don't know the words to them. And I think King Wenceslas is one of them. But anyway, they have Jingle Bells and Joy to the World. So I tried both of those and I recorded, and I could hear my voice like having like a raspiness in it. And I'm like, okay, whatever this is has to be away, because I don't want to be like, joy to the world. That would be terrible. But anyway, I haven't decided. I'm thinking I'm leaning more towards Jingle Bells. Probably everybody is going to use Jingle Bells, but you don't have to sing. It's not a musical. It's just that there is going to have some songs because it's a Christmas carol. So there will be some caroling in it. But I've decided I'm just going to go ahead and do it. If I get a part, I get a part. If I don't, I just go ahead and live my life. It's not like it's the end of the world. And I was curious about Eden Blyton's books. Kat, I've heard of that series. It's Cozy Cottage comes up with some series. Oh, I've always wanted to read some famous 5 books. Well, I'm glad y'all have heard of them, because I have never heard of them. And good afternoon, Susan. And reading a biography of Mary Todd Lincoln. Very lethargic today. Maybe something's going around. Something's in the air. And hi, Jane. How are you? Reading The Daughters of Shan. Oh, H is silent. So is it Sandong by Eve Chung today? I hope you're enjoying it, and hope Bertha goes away. It is. It's fizzling. At 2:00, it had made landfall, and the meteorologist that I follow, he did a really cute poem the other day about Bertha, kind of like with thing 1 and thing 2. He did it in the style of like Dr. Seuss. And then today he also did one, and Bertha's real sad looking because she's not really doing much of anything. But yeah, we're doing fine. And I am hoping that I'll be able to go walk depending on how I feel. I didn't go walk yesterday evening. I literally vegetated in my chair and watched like 6 episodes of Kimmy Schmidt. I don't know if anybody else here likes Kimmy Schmidt. I think it's hilarious because it's so ridiculous. But I did not go walk yesterday. So I'm hoping, even if I just go walk a mile, stretch my legs. I did my other exercise this morning, but and feels like almost 40 degrees Celsius near Vancouver, Canada. Ooh. And Cameron, not gonna lie, I'd watch an hour and a half long video of King. Just saying. Me too. And Caitlin says, I haven't been reading much as I'm addicted to coloring, but I wish I was reading too. Oh, I get it. I get it. I like that new flow art that I've done. Last week, I joined Blake on her sprints and did some flow art because it was kind of a crafting thing. And because I've been going to the library, taking some crafting classes, which I have one next Tuesday to take. It's going to be on a paper bag album. And I was like, you know what? I should make Tuesdays my like craft night, even if it's just for an hour to craft, an hour, hour and a half. And then I can do whatever I want. I can do flow art. I could color. I could scrapbook, whatever, do my work on my journal. So I'm thinking about that. That's what I'm thinking about. Thank you, Susan. I appreciate it. I really do. And yes, it's the name of the book. Sorry, I wasn't clear. Gotcha. And I feel like I've been going and going since May with the library stuff, but we have bookcase 4 and 5 built, need to paint them and then build and paint one more, and we're done building. That's excellent. Very nice. I did yesterday, y'all can't see it, but yesterday here's my white bookshelves that my husband got, my extra ones. I put one of them down on the bottom and moved some of my picture books from my outside bookshelf that's mainly middle grade. I moved some of the picture books to the first shelf right here. I have books that I was kind of wanting to do a book haul, and they're right there in that space. But I was kind of thinking maybe I could kind of move it out and put another bookshelf there. And then when I do the book haul, then I can move those other picture books. Or I could move those picture books out. I don't know. It's like I want to get it done, all finished, because that's middle one is the one I've got to fix. But I do have to adjust my shelving at the top. I don't know what I'm going to do with these bookshelves either. I guess it's all going to depend on how many middle grade books I can get on my shelf out there. My husband might need to build another shelf out there, like put another shelf on my big bookcase that he built for me. It's a conundrum, Alicia. I know that you know because you're going through it. I almost forgot. I almost rather read The Famous Five than Pippi, as I already read Pippi. Ooh, well, if you can get a copy of The Famous Five book, get it. I mean, I'm going to be reading it this week, though. And looking at my older reviews is just like, yep, I liked it. Ha ha. Yep. I plan on watching the movie after I finish the book. Yay. And I think isn't it Mike Noonan? Or am I not thinking that? For some reason, I want to say the main character's last name is Noonan. But I might be mixing it up with the guy from It that's at the library. Hello, Linda. How are you, my friend? And Matthew. Woot woot. How are you? And hi, Jen. I just got home from my brother's house, spent a few hours with my niece, going to read The Philosopher's Flight tonight and work on editing a vlog for this Saturday. That sounds fun. How's your little niece doing? She's gotten so big. It's not fair. And hello, Andy. How are you? And I'm reading The Bachelor Spy for Pepper Basham, number 5 in the Freddie and Grace mystery series. Excellent. Oh, and I'm forgetting that I do need some people to help out with our Would You Rather. Let me see. Let me see if anybody's here that has not done something in a while. A lot of Kaylin. You have not. Kaylin, can you give me okay, yeah. Okay, Kaylin, can you give me an adjective, please? Let me see who else has not. Kathy, you have not. Kathy, you need to please, if you would, give me an adjective. So, Kaylin and Kathy, adjectives for would you rather, or would you rather. That would be perfect. Hey, cats and pals. And woot woot. Hey, Rob. Hello. How are you? Good to see you. Yeah, that cat poetry book is cute. Kind of blah down in the dumps, but feel better when I did this than I did this morning. Gotcha. Yeah, I have those kind of days from time to time, where I'm like, rolling my eyes over everything. But thankfully, I have not in a while. And for those of you writing reviews, I highly recommend the free version of ChatGPT. I give it my thoughts and it fine tunes my review. So incredible. That's awesome, Susan. Wonderful suggestion. I love Kimmy. Isn't it amazing? It is so funny. I'm like on season 3 right now. And I seem to be the only one that loves Kimmy Schmidt. Like my husband will watch sometimes, like he'll be doing something else. Like if he doesn't want to really watch anything and he's like, well, you can watch something. I'm like, well, I'm going to put Kimmy Schmidt on. And he's like, whatever. But he'll be listening or whatever. He likes Titus. He thinks Titus is hilarious. Of course, he thinks Kimmy's cute. But Kimmy's in college right now. Like she's starting her college journey. I don't know how far you got, but I think it's funny. And thank you, Jasmine from Cameron. And I'm glad you're enjoying flow art and the crafting classes. Sound great, my friend. Yeah, they've been fun. I took a watercoloring and the junk journal, and it was fun. Hello, Swank. Howdy, everybody. I just finished 3 bags full. The movie The Sheep Detectives was taken from. The movie was better. Now reading Warriors, Talking Cats. Yes. Yeah, Warriors, my friend Elizabeth at Lizzie Faye Loves Books was talking about that series. I always thought it was pretty cool. I always liked the covers. I thought they were pretty cool. I haven't read any of them, though. Point 3. Matthew said, I watched the Sheep movie with my mom when she was visiting. Not something I would usually watch, but it was a cute movie. Excellent. And Olive is walking across my keyboard, so there might be some random post. Oh, okay, like the point 3. It's 1:05 here in North Texas. Yikes. And that is me. I want to get everything done already, but it's exhausting work with this heat. I agree. I definitely agree. But my bookshelves are looking really good. I think I threw away 8 to 10 boxes that had books in them. I took 2 full boxes to the Friends of the Library store last Friday to donate. So I was very thrilled about that. I did put books on my bookshelf from my mom's house that I would love to read. And then I have books in boxes. Some of them I'll be giving away. Some of them are books that I'll share with y'all that I'm thinking about keeping, that Kelsey passed on to me. And then I have some books that I put in a box that if I ever start a Pango shop, that maybe that will be what ends up happening if I ever get to that point. But yeah, so I am doing some organizing. I still have some things out there. I have 2 boxes of books. One of them has classics in it, books that I got when I was in college that either I only read like some of the poetry out of it or some of the stories out of it, and I never read the whole entire thing. So I've kept them all these years thinking that maybe I'll keep them, and if I don't, then I'll dispose of them. And I also have some middle grade books, a lot of the Dear America diary books, brand spanking new. I've had them for years, but they're in beautiful condition, and I'd like to read those too. Not sure if I would keep them or not, but I definitely would like to read them before I dispose of them somehow, donate them or give them away. But yeah, I am making progress. And I also do have my paper taker in there. And that is my tote that has all kinds of scrapbooking paper in it. So I don't have a place for it in my scrapbooking room because I need to do something. I got to figure out how to store my little birds. And once I figure that out, then so I do have some organizing left in my scrapbook room. So, and I might get rid of my paper taker. I don't even know. It's a pain in the butt to set up, and I didn't even bring it with me when I scrapbooked the last time. You'll be so glad when it's all done, Alicia. I agree. Let me see if I can find a copy. Yay! I'm good. How are you? Just a little scratchy throat, and my eyes are sleepy. If that makes sense. I feel like I have like hay feverish. Mike Noonan, Bag of Bones. Yes. Okay, good. Been many years since I read that one. That's what I couldn't remember, but I think there's a Mike. I think there's a Mike in it also, but I'm like, I don't think it's Noonan. She is so big, so much personality too. She is so stinking cute. And so Kathy's adjective is sunny. Let me write that down. So Kaylin, don't forget to give me an adjective. Hello, Tanya. Hope you're doing well. Tanya, you're from that neck of the woods. Do you know the famous five? Five on the Treasure Island? This is what I'm reading for Cozy Cottage. That's in your area. I thought the Warrior series was good. Borrowed the series from a friend a while back. Always love the covers. And they are turning warriors into an animated show. That's fun. And The Sheep Detectives is my fave movie of the year so far. I thought it was so sweet and cute and surprisingly profound. It made me weep at the end. That means I'll cry. Alicia, that split screen happens to me too when the egg comes on. And gold star for yourself, Kat, for organizing your books. Great job. Thank you, Kathy. It's been a long process. You know, I got another bookcase, and I still have to put my white shelf. I have another bookshelf that's going to have to hold books. I think I'm going to move my puzzles with my games. They're on the shelf, but I think I'm going to have to move them because I need the shelf space. I would like my nonfiction books to all be together, and I already have one bookshelf already in there, already filled. I'm currently reading The Insomniacs by Alison Wynne Scotch, and I want to start Where Late the Sweet Birds Sang by Kate Willem. Very nice. Hello, Paula. Dropping by to hug the like button. Still sprinting with Chantel for book club. Yay. So good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Buttery. Ooh, buttery. Okay. I'll have that up for y'all in a sec. And yeah, that's a classic here. My mom used to read them as a child, so she read some to me too. Enid Blyton does Secret 7 too, which is similar. Good to know. Yeah, this is our Cozy Cottage Book Club pick for July. And so there's tons of books in the series, but it's not very long, and I think it's going to be a fun little adventure. It's about these three children, Julian, Dick, and Anne. They're spending the holidays with their cousin George and her dog, Timmy. Exploring Kieran Island, they make a thrilling discovery which leads them deep into the dungeons of Kieran Castle. Who and what will they find there? So it sounds like a really fun adventure story. Thank you, Mike Hanlon. At least I got the Mike part. I could not remember for the life of me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Enid Blyton is a staple in every British household. You would know. It's in your neck of the woods too, Paula. Yeah, so I'm hoping it's going to be a lot of fun. And it's also seen on TV. So I think we're supposed to also watch the first episode or maybe it's a movie of this one. But usually our book club, we have the book, and then we also have like a movie that goes with it. If they can get the exact movie, we will. If not, something similar to it. And the Famous Five sounds a lot like the Bobbsey twins and the Happy Hollisters. Love those kinds of mysteries. Yay. I haven't read the Bobbsey twins or the Happy Hollisters. What does that say about me? Someone also released a similar style book in a funny adult series. I'll get some titles, but they sound funny. Okay, so we are at the end of our comments, and we are going to start our first sprint. So there's our kitty cat, nice and bright, like the sun. And five, give up the booze. And it was still Enid Blyton. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so we got our clock set. And then just keep an eye out. I will be putting the would you rather in. And 5, go parenting. Cute. Happy sprinting, everyone. Hello. Let's see. How did everybody do? I worked on my bookshelf. I put a bookshelf in, but I did notice that 2 shelves that my husband did cut do not fit in the bookshelf. So he may have to cut a little more to get it in there. But I'm excited. But it looks like I'll probably will run out of room for my picture books. I hope that I just won't be able to buy anymore. I'll just have to do that. I'll have to tell myself no more picture books. We'll see. No reading that time, just organizing. That's what I did. So what did y'all do? What did y'all do? So when we went to the sprint, Paula was saying the Famous Five is kind of like the Hardy Boys, which I like the Hardy Boys. I read quite a few of those mysteries. And Tanya said, if you've not read The Magic Faraway Tree by Enid Blyton, that's a lovely one. I haven't read anything by Enid Blyton. I didn't even know who she was until the Cozy Cottage Book Club. So our question was, would you rather look buttery in every selfie you take or look sunny in every photo someone else takes of you? And it seems like a lot of people want to go with sunny. Denise says, I have never taken a selfie. Susan, Allie, Kathy, all choose sunny, which I don't blame you because I don't know if I would want to look buttery. I don't know. What does that look like? And hello, Zach. I'll be here, but might be getting groceries during Mad Libs. So to make sure you get in my adjective, will be whim-whammed. 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 I have never heard of that. Zach teaches me new vocabulary every week. Every week. Well, thank you, Zach. Jamie would rather look sunny. How was the movie? Did you like the new Evil Dead movie, Jamie? Rob says buttery sounds like a smoothing filter, which is fine by me. Oh, I didn't think about that. Could like smooth out the wrinkles, like any wrinkles you have. Yeah, I didn't even think about it. We need to think about it in a positive way. Yeah. Jasmine said, anybody have a recommendation of a brand of walking pad? I do not. I wish I could help you. If anybody else knows of a walking pad, please chime in for Jasmine. Just pop in to say hello and boop the like button. I'm spending my day off catching up on movies. Just got out of Evil Dead Burn, now heading into Disclosure Day. So let me know how Evil Dead Burn was, because that is on my radar. I don't really know much. I've heard of Disclosure Day, but I'm not 100% sure what that's about. And then Robin said, I'd rather look sunny. And Robin says, went through the keyhole. Oh, the wind through the keyhole, the Dark Tower. Oh, yeah. So you 5% into that one. Yeah, that's the little 0.5 book. And hi, Pretty in Pink. Hello, Angela. I took a little power nap and just woke up. I'm reading 1984. It's a slow process, but I'm enjoying it. Lots to ponder. Yeah, Jamie was reading 1984. I have not read that one yet. And oh my God, does anyone know what the heck is going on with YouTube lately? For months, I wasn't getting any mid-roll ads, and now they are in every video I watch. I also just got an ad on the live just now. Yes, well, I mean, I do run ads, but I do the lowest possible that you can possibly do, which that is a setting. You can set that. The mid-roll thing is a new thing that started where, like, I got a whole bunch of exclamation marks on my videos because they couldn't figure out where to put a mid-roll ad or whatever. So you have to automatically do that. And I'm like, I'm not going to sit there and try to figure that out because it's on videos that are from like a long time ago. I'm like, at first I was like, do I have some kind of copyright claim? Is it something's wrong? But it was like on all kinds of weird videos or whatever. I mean, not weird, but there was like no rhyme or reason to the videos. So, yeah, that just came out. The thing with the mid-roll thing where you have to manually do stuff with it, if they can't find a spot for it, that came out when I was at my scrapbooking event, because that's when I saw all these exclamation marks or whatever, and I didn't know what it was because I was on my iPad and I couldn't get to YouTube Studio. So, yeah, it's just kind of crazy. And then Alicia is here. Hello. I'd rather look sunny. And well, I didn't get anything read that sprint, but I did enjoy my Lebanese feast from Mamon's Falafala. I don't think I'm pronouncing that right. Water slide with my book here also. And maybe this next sprint I can open the book. We had to eat. It's hard sometimes to eat and read with a physical book. Which browser are you using? Hello, Agatha. Chrome. And does buttery mean greasy? Well, I mean, you could look at it from Rob's point of view, where it could just be like, cocoa butter, like a shea cocoa butter or whatever that just kind of smooths out your skin. Of course, I was thinking like popcorn butter. That's what I was thinking of. But I'm glad Rob gave me an alternative for that, because I would much rather have his take on it than my take. And Allie got to page 232 of 376 in the Dictionary of Lost Words. Excellent. And hello. Cameron had dinner, spaghetti and meatballs with Texas toast. That sounds yummy. And Kathy said to Jen, the same keeps happening to me. And made it to 8%. And that was a chore sprint. Took out the garbage, put in laundry, and dusted the living room. Excellent. And I wonder what changed all of a sudden. I don't know. They did something. It's a new thing. And they also changed how your format in YouTube Studio looks. It looks different now. I can't keep up. And I mean, I'm in the creator community thing. And I find out like when things just roll through. I would like to look and be sunny. It's literally a reminder on my to-do list. Be sunshine, an attitude that Kate Hudson models well, because I can naturally be moody and cloudy and depressed. Yes, that's good that you have a reminder to do that. And it's so sweet Barry built you bookshelves for you. Well, no. He built the bookshelf outside in my foyer that my middle grade is on. He also built a bookshelf for Andrew that's in his room. He just cut shelves for me. He put my Target bookshelves together, but he bought shelves. This time he did not buy the individual shelves. He decided to buy a longer piece and then he cut it. But because he did that, I don't know if his cuttings was accurate. So now I have 2 bookshelves that will not go on the bookcase. So I'm going to have to talk to him about that. And I spent that sprint watching the kids, took a cat nap, and then started looking for a bakery for a German chocolate cake. Yum. And sunny for Agatha, sunny for Alicia, Swank's going with buttery. Carmen's going with sunny. And Kathy got dinner started that sprint. Coffee rub chicken thighs, garlic and parm, little potatoes, and corn. That sounds yummy. I've never heard of coffee rubbed chicken thighs, though. Yum. Hello! Popping in to squeeze the like button. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Jen, mid-roll ads are no joke. It's been making me think about giving up on altogether. It's annoying on sprints because it takes me out of the story. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'll have to turn them off. Ooh, I like that word. Sunny for Tanya. Sunny, even though buttery was my word, maybe I would look delicious buttery though. Yeah, it depends on how you look at it. If you're thinking about dripping butter on you, then it might not be so good. But if you're thinking of it from Rob's point of view, you could be smooth. And I made it to 19% in the Bone Rattler. Nice. And hi to Jen. And Angela, yes, I get it on regular videos, but this is the first time on lives. And I don't understand. I feel like YouTube is going to hurt themselves by doing this. Well, the reason that YouTube is doing it is it does give a little bit of change to the creator. I will tell you that. So it does. It will just, the monetization for the creator just will dwindle, is what'll end up happening if people don't watch. People like me who get paid pittance or whatever, it basically pays for my StreamYard. You probably wouldn't bother a person who's got a gajillion followers. So Jane says, read 31 pages from Daughters of Shandong, got to page 117, moving on to Whistler next sprint. And I'll go with Looking Buttery. Butter makes everything better. And then got to 71% of my audiobook, but haven't done any laundry yet. And on Wednesdays, we wear pink. And I've not used the browser for YouTube, but on WikiHow, there's an article, How to Bypass Anti-Ad Blockers in Chrome, 8 Tricks That Work. And I started a puzzle. Yay, Amanda. I need to work on some puzzles. It's on my list to do this year, and I have yet to do one puzzle. Robin says, I used my mom's premium that she had the family plan on, so no ads. And Zach says, I have YouTube Premium. I haven't seen an ad in almost 6 years. Personally, I think it's the only streaming service I think is worth money. And to Jen, I've been getting them for months now. I often just turn on an ASMR video. Some of them even have the ads. And then, a smoothing butter filter. I like that. Yeah. I think that's a game changer if you think of it that way. It's not as disgusting. And Cameron says, I put static transitions between clips, so YouTube will have somewhere to place their ads instead of right in the middle of what I'm saying. Doesn't matter. They still put them in the worst places. Yeah, I have seen that even with, and then this is the other thing too, even if you try to place something, it's so difficult to place it because, I'm doing that shopping thing or whatever, which is a waste of time because nobody is going to shop. But anyway, it's very difficult to get it exactly where you want to start it and stop it. It's not like you can do it like precisely. And that would be the same thing with like the ads. I don't know. I think I'm going to have cheat meal tonight, Five Guys, because I feel blah. Got the back to school email. Oh, that's depressing. I feel like you just got out of school. You and Jen really literally did get out of school. Shows how far behind I am. Now that I'm done with school, I will get back to content routine. Yeah, I'm like behind with it. I mean, that's all I've been doing is live streams. I haven't made a video in a little bit. It's hard. The ads are annoying, but I say keep them and get some money. Yeah, I guess they are. I can't see what they're doing. I put it on the lowest thing that you could put it on, but I mean, if I turn them off and won't get a dime. No, a penny is what I won't get. Firelight makes your skin look buttery. Ooh. And I just deal with the ads because I feel you all creators deserve any of the coins you can get. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I understand that on regular videos. Yeah, well, you got to make the regular videos. And yeah, you deserve all the pennies it gives you, and 10 million more, Kat. Oh, thank you. You work so hard during sprints for us all the time. We love you. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm trying very hard not to do anything like a Patreon or anything like that. I don't mind the ads. Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate it. Oh, yes, I'm not saying get rid of the ads. I understand they give money to creators. I just always had them at the beginning of the video. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with the mid-roll ones. I don't really understand it, but I don't know. Keep them since you pay for the StreamYard. You do this with us every week, not to mention the energy it takes to do this every week. You deserve much more than they'll give you for all you do. Well, thank you, Cameron. It's true. You get hardly anything. The best is when this is the thing that irks me the most is when you use music that is totally allowable at the time you publish your video. I'm not talking about a live stream, I'm talking about a regular video. And then 2 years later, they come back with a copyright claim. And then they want you to share your profits with the creator of that. My thing was, okay, if you're going to give your song to stock music and say that people can use it, then you got to let it go or don't put it in stock music. That's my feeling. And if you do put it in stock music, there should be some kind of a thing that shows when it became not stock music. Or take it out the stock music library also. Like remove it so that other people don't have that problem. Literally, like one of the videos that I was on, I think my video was like a penny. How do you split a penny with somebody? Please tell me, especially since they don't even make pennies anymore. So Cameron's 100% right. And one of my true crime shows is getting demonetized when he covers certain stories. He's hopping mad. So certain stories he can't cover, he gets demonetized if he covers a story. That's like the news. How can you get demonetized for like the news? Crazy. I have premium also, Zach. It's been years. Worth it for me because I'm on YouTube all the time. YouTube is the one subscription I absolutely will not give up. I watch it more than anything, so worth the money for me to enjoy it. And what happens if someone subscribes but never watches the video? If someone subscribes but never watches the video, nothing happens. It doesn't go by subscriptions, and it goes by, once you get your threshold subscriptions, it all goes by views. Everything is calculated by views. And if the video on YouTube is for kids, are there ads? I have no idea. Probably. And how I wish I had enough followers to have ads. You'll get there. And Kathy said, have to sign off to eat dinner. Thanks for sprints, Kat. Wishing a good week to all. Same to you, Kathy. And at 69%, yay, Susan. Woot woot. And I go back to work on Tuesday. I feel like the break just started. Tuesday. Yeah, because next week is the last week of July. I remember that. We always had to have what they called PLC meetings the last week of July, and I wanted to cry. And then you'd have these PLC meetings, and then you go work in your classroom. And Robin says, I am cooking rice, honey chicken, and broccoli for dinner tonight. Yum. And what do you mean by shopping thing? If it's an Amazon affiliate link, I would use it. It's not Amazon, Zach. Amazon doesn't participate through it. It's if you have anything that you talk about, and if you search it and they have a link for it, they'll tell you where it can be purchased. But the places that are offering it are not going to be Amazon. It's like Barnes & Nobles, Books A Million, Target. And didn't get any reading done yet. Was talking to my sister and texting my grandson. Well, that's fun. That's a fun reason for not reading. And totally agree with you, Tanya. If you made a Patreon, I'd sign up. I don't have time to do a regular stuff, Cameron, much less Patreon. And team, more money for Kat. If you get rid of them, we'll all pester you until you put them back. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yes, I feel that YouTubers deserve every penny they make. It's hard work. Thank you, Angela. And speaking of ads, I just got it. But anyway, keep the ads for the money. You deserve it. It just stinks that they find a better way. Well, you know why? It's because Google, I'm pretty sure Google owns YouTube, or YouTube owns Google, one of them. And that's what it's all about. It's all about making money for themselves. And yummy Alicia German chocolate sounds so good. And Kat, could you set up a tip or buy me coffee jar on the channel? I feel weird about doing that. And it would be so many years after a video, and I would get those copyright claims on music too. It was awful. It's just dumb. And have you noticed anybody that's on Instagram? I don't know if it happens on Facebook. I don't know, because I don't really put music on any of my posts on Facebook. And I haven't done shorts, so I don't know how it works on YouTube shorts. But have you noticed on Instagram that you will have put music on something and then you go back and the music's not there, and then you'll click on it and they'll have a message saying that that song can no longer be used, like publicly or whatever. So they just remove it. So I thought that was you can replace it, I think, once. So you could pick another song if you want to replace the song. But have you ever had that happen to you on Instagram? It's very interesting. I'm talking about posts. I'm not talking about stories, because your stories only last for like 24 hours. To Zach, I considered premium to be a moral ad blocker. I get to save time and the creator gets more money. Plus it comes with YouTube Music, which is like a service you pay for separately for free. Ugh, the censorship. I started a YouTube account with my Insta and TikTok, but it blocked my first video for using copyright-free audio, so I gave up already. Yeah, it's the music situation is the worst. My thing is, there are places you can get music and you can pay for a license and all that stuff, but what happens if you decide you don't want to subscribe anymore? Like, do you own the music that when you had the subscription? To me, if they don't grandfather you in on stock music from iMovie, how would they grandfather you in on music that you use from the subscription places? Also, fun fact, my friend Christine at Secrets Reads actually used a song from the YouTube library and got flagged. So that to me is interesting too. Like, how does that happen if they encourage you to use the YouTube library music? And then Robin says, I've been watching some DJ Mixer videos lately. I love the beats. Matthew says, yes, YouTube Kids has ads. Thank you, Matthew, for answering that question. Yes, he's getting demonetized when he covers anything about the 16 children found in Ohio. He's not sure why, but he's got a large amount of subs. I wonder if it has something to do with, because like whenever if this is like a video and not a live, they go through a review and there's like, I don't know, 7 to 10 categories that you have to click on if your video contains this. If it doesn't contain it, then you're okay. But I wonder if whatever it has to do with those 16 children, if there's something in it that falls under one of those categories. And I have a week and a half left for my summer break. I'm clinging on it for dear life. I don't blame you. That was supposed to say I just got one. Oh, it must be back to school early there. It's not until after Labor Day here. Yeah, the beginning of school. And yes, Instagram removes music and won't allow you to replace it. Preseason sports just start so early. Football starts up August 3rd, even though school isn't until the last week of August. Yeah, which puts you right in the middle of it. And how ironic, an ad just came up for me as we were having this conversation about ads. YouTube was like, I am the boss and I will show you that right now. Yeah, they're not supposed to do it during any kind of chatting part, supposedly. That is what they say, but apparently not. So thanks. I was just going to look that up. I've done some math videos and marked them for kids. Thought they might be exempt. Sigh. It also has to do with how long your video is, too. If your video is not very long, I think it has to be at least 8 minutes. There are ads, but I think they're different ones, family friendly. You could call it a gift jar. I like to give small gifts to my favorites. Well, thank you, Agatha. That's sweet. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our Mad Libs. And then we'll go to our next sprint. How about that? And he does alive every day of the week. His subs have been offsetting his dilemma with super chats, but he doesn't feel good about it. Gotcha. Yeah, because that's another thing too. I mean, you do get a portion of that, but you don't get all of it. So if somebody gives you a super chat of say $2, like you get a percentage of it. You don't get the whole thing. And you have to hit a threshold. So like somebody could give you a super chat, say it's $2. And unless you hit your threshold, which is $100, you don't see any of that until whatever happens. And that takes forever. I mean, it takes me forever. That's for sure. I mean, my accountant was so excited because I actually had a 1099 that said royalties. I'm like, don't get excited. It's not that much. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. I need a type of building, and I need to put in Zach's Wim Wham, which I'm like, is there an adjective in here? Whew. Let's see. Zach, they do have adjectives, but there's only 3. Wim Whammed. Okay. I'm sorry, what? That's crap? Oh, yeah. About yeah. You have to hit your threshold and it has to be by a certain date of the month. Yeah, there's all these rules. Barn. Okay, let me make sure there's not another. Yes, no other buildings. So, Jasmine, can you please give me I mean, you could keep skyscraper if you want that to be your noun, or you could give me a new noun, not specifically a type of building. And same thing, Alicia, you could I could keep mine shaft for a future noun, or you could give me a type of container. And same thing, Carmen, you could give me shed as a plural noun, or you could give me another type of plural noun. And my brain couldn't think of a single building for some reason. Okay, Amber, just give me a noun. Swamp Gas said drive-through bait shop and bar. A drive-through bait shop and bar. Okay, so Swamp Gas, you're going to need to either change that to a letter of the alphabet. Do you get super chats? Yeah, you do get super chats, but again, it goes into your pot until you hit your threshold. But your threshold includes your super chats plus your ad money, and your super chats are just for the certain amount. It's not the whole thing. So like if your super chat is $2, you don't get $2. You get a percentage of that. And I want to change mine to tinfoil hat, please. Okay, so tinfoil hat, so specific. Okay, a pickle jar for type of container. That's going to be funny. Okay, Amber's going to go with a tomato. Let me make sure. Okay, I have a type of food, so I'm going to put it there, if you don't care. And I'm going to change it to tomatoes. Tomatoes. Okay, pots. Okay. Whim whammed means whimsically or fancifully decorated or enchanted or hexed by someone else. Ooh, I love that. Letter Q. Very good. Perfect. Okay. So now I need a noun. I need a noun. Any kind of person, place, or thing. unless you give me a noun that is specific. A map. Perfect. A shoe. Cheese. Okay, let me make sure I don't have any other. Okay. Cheese. Oh, actually, shoe is an article of clothing. So I'm going to move shoe down here. So then I need to move cheese up there. Aha. Cheese. It's the one bad thing about using a felt tip pen. Okay, so next is gumball. Gumball. Okay, a spatula. I don't know what that is, but a mom. Okay, perfect. Okay, slug. A slug is an animal. I'm assuming you mean in a slug that is an animal, not a slug related to a gun. Could you confirm which slug you mean? And Cat does have PayPal. It's perfectly acceptable. No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Nope. Next, so I need Carmen to answer that question, because if not, I got to give you something else. Okay. Next is an adjective. An adjective. So Carmen needs to verify slug. What kind of slug? Oh, yeah, it's a noun, because slug could also be a verb. A noun. So noun. Yep, an animal. Okay, so I'm putting you in the animal slot. So I need an adjective. An adjective. Alicia, I'm sorry. Charming. Charming. Okay, Amber, can you please give me a type of liquid? Amanda, can you please give me a number? So Alicia Yo's going to give me... I know, because I was saying slug could also be used as a verb. Okay, so Alicia Yo's giving me an adjective, Amber's giving me a liquid, and Amanda is giving me a number. Neighbor's dogs were in our yard again. Second time this week. Ugh. Amber says tequila. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Tequila. Okay. Amanda says 422. Excellent. Okay. So who's my number? Oh, I put that in the wrong spot. 422. Sorry. It would help if I could read. I'm looking for Alicia Yo. Okay, there we are. Floppy. Floppy. Floppy, floppy. Okay, I think I have everything. So, okie dokie. And that's my birthday, Amanda. Good choice. 422. And I did see your crusty, but we already had an adjective. Appreciate that. Okay, so I think that's it. We got everything. So when we come back, I will read the story called, this is from the Survival Guide, Disaster Kit Do It Yourself. So I guess you're making your own disaster kit. Okay, so next sprint. Hope 45 is good. Let's see what time it is. 5:25. I'm going to go eat during this time. 25. Seems like it would be, this seems like it will be chaos. Pretty close. I think I'll be scared now. This is what y'all are going to create for y'all's do-it-yourself disaster kit. Y'all are responsible. And with these words, that should be interesting. Yes. Okay, happy sprinting. Hello. How did everybody do? I ate dinner. I had egg roll in a bowl. That was my dinner. And then I was texting with a friend, and that was pretty much it. That went by pretty quick. So yeah, that's what I ended up doing. What did y'all do? Shannon popped in and made friends with the like button. Hello, Shannon. She just got done making dinner and now she is eating it. What did you end? Oh, look, good. I was going to say, made paprika chicken in a lemony sauce with pistachio rice and roasted carrots. Yum. My husband would like that. He loves pistachios. Kirsten said, I'm glad you mentioned the like button because I just realized my poor eye-hand coordination had hit the dislike button. Oh, no. Got that fixed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, they say that does also have engagement, but it's better not to have a thumbs down. Tanya said, good night, lovely people. See you soon. Thank you for Sprints, Cat. I'll watch Mad Libs later, as you know. I love it. Yes. That'll be wonderful. So I know you're already gone. Perhaps eating a huge meal out in the hot sun was not my best idea. Now I'm home in bed in the AC trying to reset. Yeah, maybe not a great idea. And got to 21% in the wind through the keyhole. Very good, Robin. I had an English muffin and getting kiddos ready for bed and relaxing before my book sprints later. We are starting, Crooked Kingdom. Very nice. It's always fun to start a new book. And I chatted with my dad and listened to 2 chapters. I need to figure out dinner. How did your gardening with your dad go a couple of weeks ago? Did you get your plants taken out and put in some new ones? And Cameron's back. Hello. I've just been editing my video. You are busy bee. Shannon's back to revise in Viper and the Wood Water. Very nice. And Alicia Yo made some lemongrass tea and bread, then read some of Dead Girl Blues. Thanks again for sending me that book, Kat. You are quite welcome. I hope you're enjoying it. It was a good book in the sense that it really does capture the essence of Giallo. It's just so bleak. The ending. When Kelsey and I talk about it, she knows it's. I'm just like, you'll have to tell me how you like it when you're finished. And Carmen made it to 25%. Excellent. And Shannon said, 8th book in my Bound to the Element series coming out in October. This book has needed a lot of revisions to get the story right. Gotcha. And I had dinner as well, and it was a vegan burger bowl, so it's a bowl kind of night. Got to 80% of my audiobook and started some laundry. Yay for starting your laundry, gold star. And yes, we're having a bowl kind of night. And doing the Stephen King video makes me hope you and Kelsey do a year of King so I can join in. I don't know if we'll do a year of King. I was just thinking we can always just read, and if she wants to read along, she's got so much going on. I don't know how she would fit it in her schedule. But you and I could do a year of King, Cameron, if you would like, and we could start with Carrie. So if you really want to do that, we could do that, you and I, and invite Kelsey to come along too, if she has the time. I don't know if she's read Carrie yet. I don't think she has. But that is his first published novel, not necessarily his first published story. But yeah, let me know. Maybe we can have a Zoom call about it. And Zach said, I got an early birthday present that sprint. I got some 40 ounces of ramen bowls so I can start getting creative with my noodly creations now that I have more space. Yay. And Jen said, yes, all cleared, but have not replanted anything yet because I'm not sure what I want to do in the front right now. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it's best to know what you want to do before, you just go like willy-nilly and just get whatever. And yes, Cameron, I would join too. Yeah, we did have a fun time doing our Year of King. I just know it's hard for her to commit, to that with everything going on, with her just moving and everything, because, she's only there for a specific amount of time and then they're going to be moving again. Hopefully to a permanent spot, obviously. I mean, right now they're just in an apartment, but I'm excited for them and see where it goes. And then Matthew's just settling down for the night. It's almost 9 p.m. here. Going to read on the next sprint. Okay, so, that's interesting. It's almost 9 there. So what is your time zone? I'm curious because it's almost 7 here. So that's like 2 hours. Are you like Pacific time? No. Ignore that. Pacific is behind me. Curious. I'm really liking the book so far. I love a bleak ending. I'm about 25% in. Yeah, but the reason I didn't like this bleak ending, I'm not really into bleak endings, but I mean, I understand sometimes they have to happen. But just you wait, Alicia. Just you wait. I would love to hear your thoughts on it. And I read about 30 pages. Excellent, Amanda. Very nice. And let's do it. I've never read Carrie. I know. And I don't know if you know this, Cameron. I'm sure you've looked at the book, but it is written like almost like half novel, half epistolary in the sense because you've got interviews and notes and newspaper articles interspersed in between. So it's really a neat form. I had forgotten about that when I reread it. When did I reread it? Last January? I think I read it in 2025 for Winterween, if I'm not mistaken. It was either 2025 or 2024. And then A Year of King sounds fun. Yes, it would be fun. Actually, I would not mind going back and starting in publication order. I've pretty much read all of his novels except for Tommy Knockers. Have not read that novel. And I haven't read all of his Bachman books. And I'm currently reading the Dark Tower series. And I have not read Never Flinch. That's his new one, but I believe it's a Holly book, if I'm not mistaken. And he's coming out with another one in September. But the things that I have to catch up on is his short story collections, because I've read stories out of the collections, but I have not read the whole entire collection. So now that we're doing the Dark Tower, I know people would probably be like, okay, well, you're reading the whole Dark Tower series. Are you going to want to read it again? Honestly, it makes it a big difference reading the Dark Tower series, because right now the book that I'm in talks about a character from Salem's Lot, which I remember that. So it's kind of cool to see this, what happened to this character. And yeah, his impact on this particular story in this world. So I don't know. It would be interesting also too, because I read Insomnia, which has a lot of Dark Tower references in it. The Stand has lots of Dark Tower references in it. And I have not read the unabridged. I read the Stand when I was in 8th grade. There was only one Stand, and that was the one that got cut. And then later on, when he became popular and had a little more say-so, he was able to add whatever was cut from there. But I could go back and then reading The Gunslinger again after going through this and finding out about Roland and everything, my view of Roland is very different now. So I think it would be a whole different experience. I think sometimes rereading helps you like see things. It's just like watching a movie more than once, right? It's just that a lot of Stephen King's books are very chunky. Chunky. Love Carrie. It's one of his shorter ones. It is. It most certainly is. ED, Wood, how are you, my friend? And hello, Stormy. Hope everyone is keeping cool. Currently rotating between two eyeball books, Night of the Crabs, retro horror, that's hilarious, and Barbary Moon, retro romance. So you're having a retro time. Very, very nice. And we have our own time zone here in our province. It's an hour and a half later than Eastern. So it's an hour and a half later than Eastern. Wow. Okay. It's different. I didn't realize that. And I'll have to let you know how I feel when I finish. Yes, you have to, Alicia Yo. It's one of those books that I'm like, even though you feel the way you feel about it, like you want to talk about it. It's sort of like Molka. Oh, which talking about Molka, last week I was supposed to tell y'all about this. A friend of mine posted in the town of Mandeville, which is probably, I can't say mileage wise, it takes probably about 30 minutes to get there. Okay. Going east from where I live, 30 to 40 minutes. A man was arrested because he had put cameras in a tanning place. There was a tanning place, and he put little mini cameras, just like in that book, Molka. And it was for like a year and a half that he had been doing that, because the person posted, if you went to this tanning booth between this date and this date, and they showed the guy and everything. I'm like, what a scumbag. But how crazy that I just finished Molka like about a week or so before that came out. I'm like, that is insane to me. I'm just like, ugh. But yeah, sometimes books that you don't really enjoy, like you don't enjoy it because of the content of it, because it rubs you the wrong way. I mean, in some ways, like Molka is like so close to real life. And same thing with this book that Alicia Yo is reading, that you're just like, you want to believe that we don't live in the same world with people like that. But and the same thing, we just read Cruel Intent, and the serial killer in there was horrible. I mean, horrible, just absolutely awful human being. And same thing, kind of like, hiding behind like the keyboard or hiding behind stuff to do his devious work. Yeah, I don't like it. So I actually love the book, Carrie. Yeah, and just think, it almost did not get made. Stephen King threw Carrie in the trash. It was his wife, Tabitha, that encouraged him to finish it. I want to read Carrie too. I love Carrie. It's good. And love how it would be written, especially if you hear the auto. Oh, the audio. Could I join the Year of King? Well, anybody could do it. I mean, it's just that, like, Cameron and I would be talking about it for sure. So yeah, Cameron and I have to talk about it and see how we want to do it. Carrie would be good to start. Oh, actually, Carrie would be wonderful to read in the fall, because the Columbia Theater it's the 50th anniversary of Carrie this year, of the movie Carrie with Sissy Spacek. And that would be a wonderful time to start it, because the Columbia Theater is doing a movie night and they're showing Carrie in the theater, which would be amazing, because I've never seen Carrie in the movie theater. Just like last year, I got to see Psycho in the movie theater. So that would be amazing. Also, the audiobook is read by or narrated by Sissy Spacek. I thought she did a fine job. And I used to have a copy of the cut version of the Stand. I used to have a copy of it too, ED, and I got rid of it. Not ever thinking about it again because I ended up getting the unabridged copy. But I was in 8th grade, so even though I know the premise of it, and there is mention of the Stand in the Dark Tower, and it's like I remember parts of it. It's been so long I wouldn't be able to tell you the difference between the cut version and the uncut version. And I have been a little busy, but I'm here. I'm glad you're here. I'm excited to read Salem's Lot 2. Never read it, but love the miniseries. Have you read Needful Things? Curious. Because that, I think, will make a big difference in how you will feel about Salem's Lot. And we are the most east in North America, so we have our own fancy time zone. Do y'all practice daylight savings time? Just curious. Salem's Lot is a great book as well. Most of his books are good. I agree. I love Salem's Lot. That is my favorite. Ooh, I know. Disgusting. I know. Disgusting. Yep, they got his picture and everything. I'm like, you are a scumbag. Ugh. I mean, I just think to myself, I was telling my husband about it, and he says there's a way that you can, when you turn off lights, there's a way you can use a light, or I think he said your phone or your light or something, and you can spot because of a light that comes on or whatever. And I was like, well, I don't know how they found it. They didn't say how they found the cameras, but they did. They found them. And I'm just like, that just makes you think when you go into any kind of dressing room, any public bathroom, like even at your work, you just like, ugh, awful. Zach said, I just got a retro romance. I got Wanderlust by Danielle Steele, which some people consider the birth of the modern romantasy in 1986. That's awesome. Gross. Whenever my family and I stay in Airbnbs, I go and check the mirrors because I'm worried they're two-way. My family laughs at me, but I'm like, this stuff happens. Also, too, in Molka, there was talk about like mirrors were one of them too, but also like vents. Like you don't think about a vent being in like your bathroom and stuff. Just like sicko people. Carrie is great. It is. Carrie White. You want to root for Carrie White so much. I do the same thing, Cameron. Remember that scene from A Cabin in the Woods? I haven't seen that in a long time. There is a new Carrie TV series coming out soon. Love the original movie, though, always. Yes, the new Carrie TV series, if I'm not mistaken, is directed or produced by Mike Flanagan. So I'm thinking it'll probably be pretty good. I think Carrie hits harder for women, so makes sense his wife would fight for it. Yeah, she did. She helped him out with that. Here but lurking as I got back into revisions. Good for you, Shannon. That's awesome. And Carrie messed me up when it came out. I was a teenager. Yeah, I was young the first time I watched Carrie. I remember there's a specific scene at the end, and I was freaked out about it for the longest time. It's still kind of freaky when I go into that certain area of the world. I'm not saying in case you haven't seen it. Nope, never read Needful Things either. I'm very behind. I've only read around 15 of his books. Okay, well, good. Do not read Needful Things before Salem's Lot. There's a big reason for that. Do not. Needful Things is amazing, but do not read it before Salem's Lot. And yeah, we do daylight savings time. Gotcha. Zach, I have yet to read Danielle Steele. I need to try her. And I thought the recording quality of Sissy Spacek's Carrie was poor, and it drove me insane. She mispronounced Miss Desjardins' name every single time. I checked. She does say it correctly in the movie. And love Cabin in the Woods. And yeah, we'll be right in time for the Carrie series. And the daylight saving time bill has moved to the Senate once again. I know. I'm hoping that it passes, that we don't have to go back. I really am hoping. It's sad so many teenagers go through what she went through. Exactly. Teen me loves Stephen King. Adult me finds him boring and wordy. Aw. And thanks for the heads up about Needful Things. We'll talk about it, the reason why. And then I haven't read anything by Stephen King. Really, Jasmine? Not a thing? Afraid it would scare me too bad. He's not, let's put it this way. I think horror of today, contemporary horror, is much scarier in the sense of I mean, he's scary because he puts ideas in your head about things that are kind of creepy, atmospheric, but it's, I don't know, it's just different. It's not the same type of horror as some of the horror is today, if that makes any sense. And oh no, Cat, I did read Evil Things, but not Salem's Lot. It was probably 20 years ago, so I'll probably not remember a lot. Well, I just say because I think that was one of the reasons why Kelsey didn't enjoy Salem's Lot as much, because she read Needful Things prior. And there's some similarities in the sense of how big the cast is, but just different circumstances. And I put off reading The Stand every year because it's so long. I never can find the time. Yeah, it would take me a little bit now. And I wouldn't really know where to start, to be honest. You could start with Carrie with us. And he also writes some non-horror, which is good. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, Stephen King is more of a literary writer. There are so many things. He writes every genre. I mean, fairy tale is fantasy. It's a portal fantasy with horror elements in it. So it's like dark fantasy. But I mean, The Gunslinger is a Western. It's like Western mixed with fantasy and with horror elements. So it's like dark fantasy to me with that Western, with the Western vibes. And I can't do King either. Stephen King is literary, though, not just gore, nasty stuff. Exactly. If you read The Green Mile, the Mr. Mercedes has a touch of supernatural in it, but otherwise it's more detective. He's written those hard case crimes, Joyland, Colorado Kid, and later, all of those. I mean, very different style. Yeah, if you've read, I mean, any of the Holly books, there's supernatural elements to it, but yeah. 11/22/63. I mean, that's all about the Kennedy assassination. Mrs. Carmody was scary. Yes, yes. One thing about Stephen King is he can write small town and he can write characters extremely well. And he can write characters, some really great villains. You see a side of human nature you don't want to see. A lot of times in Stephen King books, you have human monsters, which I guess in a way could be scarier than the supernatural. The Shining and Christine are my two favorites of his. I didn't like Carrie. Oh, I love Stephen King books because it makes you think, but doesn't really scare you. But he is very wordy, though. Well, he's very descriptive. He likes to set the scene. And Stephen King books tend to mix into one eventually. Kat, you said what I thought first. I love Dolores Claiborne. It's my fave. I think that is an unpopular opinion, maybe. No, Dolores Claiborne's a good one, too. But there's a lot in it that's, again, human monster. Joyland is a decent book and kind of more supernatural coming of age. Yeah. But it's not, like, scary to me. More a mystery. Life of Chuck, The Body, Shawshank are all good for those who want to read King, but not horror. Exactly. Perfect. Every time I go past King's childhood home here, I wonder what is happening in that house. And I loved Gerald's Game. Yeah, Gerald's Game and Dolores Claiborne have the solar eclipse happening at the same time, which is pretty cool too. And I've seen this before, Matthew. Dolores is one of my favorites. I've said this before. Okay, so let's listen to our story and then we'll go on our next sprint. Disaster kit, do it yourself. Every barn should have a tinfoil hat kit stocked and ready in case of an emergency. Here's what you'll need to make your very own kit. Start with a nylon pickle jar, something that you can easily transport. Next, you'll need the basics: a first aid map, complete with bandages, pots, and anti cheese cream, double Q batteries, and a flash gumball. And don't forget food and bottled tequila. Canned tomatoes and spatula bars are whim whammed items to pack in your kit. They'll stay fresh for a long time and keep you floppy during a food shortage. If you have extra room in your kit, consider adding a few comfort items like your favorite shoe, a stuffed slug, or a charming blanket. Remember to check your kit every 422 years to make sure your food hasn't expired. Oh, and one last thing. Don't forget a mom opener. And that is the end of our disaster kit. Do it yourself. I know, so crazy. A first aid map. Not the anti cheese cream. I love a nylon pickle jar, an anti cheese cream. I want to say cream cheese, spatula bars. Your stuffed slug. Anti cheese cream. What kind of cheese? It could be toe cheese, huh? And that's a lot of years. I guess I won't be checking mine. It'll be like an artifact that somebody will dig up. What is this? Oh, it's a disaster kit from 422 years ago. That's a lot of stuff to put in a pickle jar. Yep. Funny. I'm going to head out and join catch up a thon sprint. See you on Saturday. Bye, Jen. So good to see you. I'll see you Saturday. I know, toe cheese. But I love cheese. It was a cute story. And so, are we really prepared with this kit? I don't know. I mean, you do have bottled tequila, canned tomatoes. So, I mean, somehow I think that would cause a lot of heartburn, though. And you do have a charming blanket that would be kind of cozy during that time. And of course, you also have your tinfoil hat kit in case aliens come to get you. And don't forget your mom opener. That's true. Having a mom opener would be wonderful. This is something we pass down to great grandkids, like 7 generations. This will be my what the? That's right. And I think the tequila will last 422 years. Yeah. Probably of everything, that will be the thing that lasts for that long. Between the tequila and blanket, you'll be nice and warm. Agreed. I will think about the aliens when you said, I will think about the aliens when you said tinfoil hats. Yes. You know what I think about? I think about that movie Signs, where they had their tinfoil hats on. That would be funny. Okay, so let's see what time it is. It is 6:40. So if we do another 45 minutes, we will be in the 7 zone. So yeah, I think that will be our last sprint of the evening. My great grandma left me this anti cheese cream and tequila. Thanks for the sprints. I'm going to get off to have a great night. Same to you, Robin. And that movie scared me to death as a kid. Is that why you came up with the tinfoil hats? Thanks, Grandma. I know. It's like, couldn't you leave me some money? No, you had to leave me these ridiculous items. I had water cups all over my room for years because of Signs. That's funny. That is hilarious. Okay, so let's get us set up. I didn't read our poem from our cat. Maybe I'll read a poem when we come back. Okay, so it has amoebas in it. Ugh. Okay, let's sprint. There we go. Okay. Oh, it would help if I had the clock up, huh? I'm forgetting. Okay, there we go. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. How did everybody do? I started 5 on Treasure Island. It's a very sweet, very cute story. So, Julian, Dick, and Anne are going to spend time with their cousin, aunt, and uncle, and their mom and dad are going to Scotland for a holiday. So they've decided that they're going on their holiday alone, and the kids are old enough to go visit the aunt and uncle. And it's their first time ever going to visit there. And so this is her name is Georgina, but she wants to be called George because she doesn't like being a girl. She likes doing boy things. And so she will not talk to the other 3 kids if they call her Georgina, even though that's her given name. But anyway, she's a tomboy, obviously. And this is her dog, Timothy. And the parents don't really care for the dog. So Timothy kind of lives in a different part of their little island area, and so she goes to visit him. I don't know where he stays yet. I don't know. Maybe they'll explain it. But anyway, George is kind of warming up to her cousins and is going to take them to go see where there's supposedly a shipwreck, and she's going to take them to her island and all that to explore. But anyway, just at the beginning, I'm on chapter 3, and ahead of the game because I have on my schedule to read chapters 1 through 4 tomorrow. So I am on 26, page 26, and I will be reading this before I go to bed tonight. So then I'm going to share a poem with you, and then I will have my poetry done. So Jasmine logged off and told everyone good night. Alicia popped off. She is getting ready for her sprints on her channel. And then Kaylin said, "Oh, I couldn't find that book at my local bookstores, Kat. I could order it, but probably wouldn't get it this week." Yeah, it took me, didn't take long for me to get it from Amazon. I think it was like 2 days maybe. But you definitely won't get it in time. I mean, like I said, the Cozy Cottage Book Club, we're meeting on Sunday. But it's a book, I guess, because of how long ago it was written, and maybe because it was published originally in the UK. I couldn't find it at any of my libraries. Couldn't find an audiobook, couldn't even find an ebook. So, yeah, I had to order mine off of Amazon. Amber said, got distracted with a few things, so only a couple of chapters read that time. And then I worked on my puzzle. Fun. I read a little and played with the dogs. Yeah, I had to take my dogs out to potty. And Agatha said, looks like the audiobook for Famous Five is free on YouTube. Oh, so maybe you could look at it on YouTube, Kaylin, if you want to do it that way. So I'm going to read a poem for y'all. This is called The Mongrel. The illustration is cute. And this is a poem by William Blake's cat. So if you're familiar with William Blake, it's called The Mongrel. Mongrel, mongrel, barking blight, bane upon my yard at night. What infernal hand or eye could frame thy vile anatomy? In what stagnant sump or pool steep the slobber of thy drool? What the wrath dare he incur? What the hand dare weave thy fur? Who the crackpot, who the nut, would wish to make an ugly mutt? And when thy heart began to tick, what weird hand withheld the brick? Where's the crank who loosed thy chain? From what peapod came thy brain? What warped artist shaped thy face? Whose foul crime the canine race? When the cats gave up their prowls and cowered from the hellhound's howls, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the flea make thee? Mongrel, mongrel, barking blight, bane upon my yard at night. What infernal hand or eye could frame thy vile anatomy? And there is a picture of the mongrel dog, and a moon is a cat face. So cute. And then the next poem is by William Wordsworth's cat. It's called Cottontails. I wandered hungry as a hawk that floats on high o'er hills and dales, when all at once I stopped to stalk a clutch of little cottontails, beside the lake among the reeds, quivering and squealing in the weeds. As feather-brained as the bugs that land and dally in my dinner bowl, they clung together in a band around the bottom of a hole. A dozen saw I at a glance, frozen with fear and terror's trance. And though they did not dance or play, but simply sat and stared at me, a kitten could not be but gay in such delicious company. I ate and ate the whole sweet pack. Oh, what a tasty rabbit snack! And oft when on my couch I lie in vacant or in pensive mood, they flash upon that inward eye that conjures up a favorite food. And then into a ball I scrunch and dream about that bunny lunch. And so there's your kitty cat right there. And there's the bunny cloud. So silly. Anyway, those are my 2 poems for this evening. So I can mark that off as being done. So hopefully y'all enjoyed that little bit of poetry. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were reading it for book club. Yes, I'm reading for the Cozy Cottage Book Club. Because like I said, I never have heard of it. The Cozy Cottage Book Club has introduced me to lots of fantastic books. Kirsten fell asleep for a bit, but woke up feeling better. Excellent. And still making progress on my revisions. Gold star to Shannon. I was distracted. Got here a little late. My bad. No, you're good. And a spoof of the poem, Tiger, Tiger, Burning Bright. I know, isn't that crazy? And who? The crock pot? Thank you, Alicia Yu. I appreciate that. Oh, thanks, Agatha, for letting us know. And I wondered lonely as a cloud spoof. Yeah, it's funny how they Henry Beard is taking like in the style also of whoever the cat belongs to. And I read half of the time and then had to do Walmart return. My grapes look fine, but their consistency is of mushy slime. Ugh. Thanks for the sprints tonight, Cat. I read about 35 pages. Excellent, Angela. And oh my gosh, I love the sound of the pages, Cat. Aw. Loved it. Thank you. I love it, Cat. Well, I will share some more next week because I will not be finished my poetry book this week. I'm only reading like 1 to 2 poems, depending on how long they are. And you are so welcome. I always loved poetry. I need to read more poetry. I really do. When I was doing my books, I forgot I had picked up some poetry, Tommy DePaula's poetry, his poems. So I don't know if he put just classic poems in there, well-known poems, and he did the artwork for it. I need to go back and look. But I have those. And I also have some poetry by Thomas Hardy, too, I need to read. And the Louisiana Poet Laureate that I met at the tea this spring, I bought a book of her poetry. I almost read that for the block, but I think I'm going to save it. And maybe I'll read some of that poetry to y'all, too, because it's Louisiana. Some of it's Louisiana-centric, so y'all may not get some of the references, but if you're familiar with Louisiana, then you might. But then you might want to hear things that pertain to it. And thanks for reading us some poetry, Cat. Love them. Well, you are so welcome. Nice poetry. Ooh, mushy slime. Yeah, grapes, mushy slime, gross. And I read it daily and try to memorize a poem every month or so. That's awesome. I love that. I do not read enough poetry, and I know I should read more of it, even if I don't really always understand what the poem is about. Some seem more obvious than others, but I used to love to read Emily Dickinson's poems. And I do have my anthology of poetry. I should pull that out because obviously you get that for school, but you don't read every poem in there, only the ones that are assigned to you. So enjoyed the sprints. Thanks. Well, thank you, Agatha, for being here. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you so much for hanging out. I was thinking about going for a walk, but I think I'm going to. I had taken some Tylenol sinus a little bit earlier, and I think it's starting to finally kick in, but my throat is feeling scratchy. So I'm going to keep drinking my water, and I think I'm going to get myself ready for bed and maybe go watch some Kimmy Schmidt and be ready to go to sleep when it's time for sleep. I love how I hardly did anything and it makes a thumbs up. So thank you so much, Carmen, for being here and the fun poetry. Yes, I'll read some more to you. Mary Oliver, Wendell Berry, and Silas House, contemporary favorites of mine. Let me see if any of those are on here. There's a lot. There's actually a lot. Let me see if any of those. No. Oh, that would have been good if I could have. But y'all will recognize a lot of these poets in here. T.S. Eliot, E.E. Cummings, Dylan Thomas, Allen Ginsberg, William Carlos Williams, Wallace Stevens, Carl Sandburg, Robert Frost, Gertrude Stein, Stephen Crane, Rudyard Kipling, Robert Louis Stevenson, and it's all their cats that are writing these poems. Walt Whitman, Emily Dickinson, Edgar Allan Poe, Longfellow, John Keats, Elizabeth Barrett Browning, some Percy Shelley. So yeah, I'll share some more with y'all next week, probably the week after too. Because like I said, it's quite a few of them in here. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate it. Have a lovely evening too, Kaylin. I hope we lift your spirits up a little bit. Margaret Atwood has some good poetry too. And thanks for sprints. Thank you for being here, Matthew. So appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here, Cameron. Yes, I'm gonna try to get lots of rest. Yeah, I hope I do start feeling a little bit. It's just weird. It's like that itchy throat in your head kind of thing. It's swimmy, I guess is the way. I appreciate you so much, Cameron. Thank you. And we will have to speak. Look, I can't even make hearts. Ugh. I don't know why it doesn't work. Anyway, you know where my heart is. Thank you, Amber, for being here. Appreciate you. Hi and bye, Travis. Thank you, Kirsten. I appreciate you being here. Bye, Kaylin. I'm glad we made you feel better. Thank you, Matthew. See y'all soon.